Okay there. Sorry for the late arrival there, folks. Trying to get everything kind of set up here. um, so, on today's agenda for continuing our work in for the website that I'm working on, um, I'm going to be trying to focus on trying to set up ads. Now, um, uh, for anyone that was like here last week, um, I'd already kind of mentioned the fact that um, I don't want ads to be like all over the place. Okay, um, for this particular website. Okay, um, I mean I do want to try to support the website, but I've seen websites that have like add there, add there, add there, add there, and it just keeps on popping up in your face all the time. And like I've been to news sites and they just have pop-ups after pop-ups after pop-ups, and it's like, go away. So, um, so I'm gonna try to design it in such a way where they're there, but they're not like in your face. Okay, that's the first step. Next step after that is trying to set up the login. Try to make sure that it's connected to the database that's there. Allow for username and passwords to be entered, and um, make sure that that's working for the most part. And then we'll start setting up um, the forms after that. But I have a funny feeling it's probably going to take me a little bit of time to try to figure out how to go get the ad set up and work on that login screen. Um, I'm using apps built into WordPress, and um, I can't purchase any of the fancy stuff, so I'm just using what is available to me, developed by other programmers to get the job done. So um, hopefully we can take care of that. But uh, before we start going really in depth into this, um, I want to mention the fact of the stream team that I built. Um, it's available for anyone that is interested, streamers and non-streamers alike. So the link is down below for the application page. There's a document built into it for the um, that explains the team. So check it out if it's something that um, interests you, if it's something that you feel you can connect with. Um, then fill out the application and submit it. I'll review it, and if everything lines up perfectly, then you'll be receiving an email from me with a um, admission into the team. So, um, you know, one would one could say that I could just kind of leave it open for everybody, but we're looking for the individuals that wants to help out others. You know, and obviously, uh, you want to help out yourself, but if you still have a part of you that is willing to help out others as well, then that's what the team is supposed to be all about. Okay, helping each other to grow, as streamers. So um, that's the idea of it. So check it out if you want. But I think everything is ready to go. or at least somewhat ready to go. So let's go ahead and get started on this, shall we? Okay, so um, as as previously discussed, we have two uh, two roles in this philanthropy. That's such a hard word to pronounce. Um, the giver and the receiver. If you've been here before, then you kind of know what those roles are all about. Um, the idea is that there's quite a few people out there that need help. Okay. Um, some people make GoFundMe's, some people have Patreons, some people are looking for sponsorships. Um, maybe they have, bills that just kind of piled up on them over time, and um, maybe they've had just a rough time of it all. Okay, especially with the recent pandemic. Um, so, um, so this is meant to try to um, allow for them to kind of come in, put down the difficulties that they're having all on one particular website. Okay. Um, and uh, then we have people that, you know, are willing to help. Okay. Um, going to the site and just kind of searching for, if anyone needs a GoFundMe or um, maybe uh, maybe they can help out with employment. Maybe they're a business owner and they have a couple job openings or something like that. You never know. Um, so this site is meant to try to uh, promote those that need help, and for those that can help, you know um, I'm going to try to give them the tools to go about doing that. Now, um, one person was asked me, well, Jim, why are you charging this subscription for the people that can help? Um, well, obviously, um, the people that need help, they're not going to be able to pay any kind of money or anything along those lines. I mean, they wouldn't be asking for a GoFundMe if they're flush with cash, for example. Okay, so trying to charge the receivers any kind of subscription is like shooting myself in the foot. Why am I doing that? No, not going to do that. Um, Basically, the people that can help out, typically they're doing well for themselves. Okay, or at least one would think that they're doing well for themselves. Okay, um, whether it's through their own hard work, or it could be just people they know, or it could be just straight up luck. They were in the right place at the right time. Okay, so um, not everybody has that kind of luck though. Um, so the this is meant to basically keep out those that are kind of in it for themselves. Okay. Um, I'm gonna try to limit the uh, limit who can see, with the receivers. I'm gonna try to, um, I don't want to like, show their name or email address kind of thing to everybody out there. in the world. Okay, I want to make sure that I hide that kind of information so that um, someone that comes along and is just looking for emails to sell off, I'm going to try to make it difficult for them to get to that information. So this is basically a wall against those kind of people. Okay, it's not a strong wall. Okay, obviously I'm not like charging hundreds of bucks or anything along those lines because that's ridiculous. Um, but sometimes this might just stop a simple bot, that's just kind of combing through for email addresses. So, um, so that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. We'll see whether or not it works. If we're getting a lot of complaints about people getting spam or something like that, then I may have to raise this up to try to guard against that more or something. I'm again, I'm not sure. Um, uh, we'll see whether or not my good intentions actually uh, doesn't shoot anyone in the foot. The idea for this is that it's going to be a not-for-profit company, meaning that um, every single dollar coming in is going to be going to, either the company itself through salary um, or just overall maintenance of the website, or it's going to go to the receivers that are on the site. So if if I have a cap of of expenses for the website, salaries, um, and website costs and so on and so forth, and I get a certain amount of money over that, then obviously that money that I'm getting over will be going to re- receivers that need it. GoFundMe's, Patreons, um, sponsorships, um, probably charities, you know, uh, like for example, one site that I'm probably gonna want to try to go for at some point, or one of the ideas that I was going to try to maybe go towards is the fact that um, the website name came from the idea of uh, the Iroquois um, nation, their longhouses. Um, you know, Feel free to go to this particular website for more information. Um, so that could be um, an organization that I'm going to be donating to. So, okay. ZMDem, you are banned. Goodbye. Um, don't need that. Thank you. All right. Uh, Tried to guard against those kind of messages, but I guess they kind of learned, or something happened um, to my words that are bannable or stop the bots. Interesting. Well, we'll see. Oh well, something to worry about for later. Okay. Um. So. Um. Let's see. Everything. Yeah, I just want to make sure everything's looking okay for the most part. So that's the idea for this. Um, receivers and givers and so on and so forth. So so let's go ahead and try to look into this a little bit more here. Um, Hold on a second. Um, let me log into my WordPress. And make sure that we kind of good to go for the most part. Okay. Okay. So, um, so for the plugins that we have on here, I have the ad inserter. Um, now, um, we were working on this the other day, um, or we were working on this last week, and I kind of created a couple of basic placeholders for these ads for the time being. Um, so um, we're going to be needing to kind of look up how to, um, you know, uh, look up AdSense, look at the process of getting ads onto websites and all that. So now, seeing that this is, a not-for-profit, um, I set it up so that, um, we would have, um, some emails and ways of contacting individuals, um, especially if this website uh, grows a little bit more. Um, but obviously, I don't have, um, any of the, uh, I don't have much set up in terms of what's shown there for now. Um, but I do have email addresses, and I think I'm going to be using that for um, using those email addresses to um, handling any kind of AdSense. Problem is that I might be seeing some. Um, I might need to be logging in with them. So, um, okay. So first thing that I want to do. Um, how do you put ads on your website? Um, okay, so we have that. Um, make sure your site is in compliance. Not sure what that is all about, so we'll go ahead and look at that. Um, let's see. Um, let's go ahead and look up that. Okay. Um, so first thing that I want to do is I want to look at this before we go into the Google AdSense. Um, I think another one that I can try to place is Amazon ads. Um, so we'll maybe try that as well. So okay. Uh, Spend countless hours designing and updating your website. Yeah, I guess. But you're not getting paid for all your hard work. Rather than letting your efforts go to waste, you can monetize your website by adding Google AdSense. Well, that's one of the websites that you can use, but what is Google AdSense? In short, AdSense is an advertising network run by Google. It's a free way for websites to make money by displaying targeted Google advertisements on their sites. Advertisements come in all shapes and sizes. Your site can display images, videos, text, interactive ads as a monetization strategy. Arguably, the best part about Google AdSense, aside from the cost, it's free, is that you won't have to deal with advertisers directly. Everything gets handled through Google's platform, so you don't have to worry about collecting money or maintaining relationships when you're hosting ads. Google does all that work for you. It collects money from the advertisers, keeps 33% of its role in facilitating the processing, and remaining 68% goes to the publisher, you. So, I mean, that's pretty nice and pretty nice. But I mean, if you're getting um, like a dollar, you know, per ad or so, then you're basically getting 68 cents. So, uh, hey there, Mikey, how you doing there, bud? Listening to you while walking the dogs. Hope I can make any sense of it. I mean, if there is a question that you are confused about, feel free to ask. I don't mind trying to answer it if I can. So, okay, so how AdSense works. AdSense is based on a bidding system, which is referred to an ad auction. Advertisers determine how much they are willing to pay for their ads to be displayed by setting a maximum bid price. Google automatically connects advertisers with publishers who have relevant users for their advertisements. For example, if you run a blog for new mothers about getting through that first pregnancy, your website visitors won't be seeing ads related to skateboarding targeted at teenage boys. Alright. If more advertisers bid to be displayed on your site, bids will increase as well in order to stay competitive. In this case, you'll be able to earn more money as a publisher. Interesting. Okay. Uh, Google uses a tool called AdRank to determine which ads will appear on your website. This is a basic formula used by AdRank. Quality score is extremely important, which is why it's equally weighted with the bid. Quality score is measured by predicted click-through rates based on past performance as well as other relevant factors such as keywords. This means that an ad with a lower bid could win an auction if they have a high quality score, even if other advertisers had a higher bid. Google wants to make sure that ads get clicked, which is a win-win-win scenario for a website, the advertiser, and Google. All right. Website owners get paid based on various bid types for the ads they display. CPC, cost per click, which um, I don't like I mentioned before. I don't want this kind of getting in the face of anyone that wants to um, you know, there goes another opportunity. All right. Well, sorry. Got another email. Didn't didn't make a cut, I guess. Moving on. Um, so, um, so the CPC, I mean, I don't want this in the way um, of the visitors on there. I want to try to make it as um, I don't want to piss off my visitors to the site. So, um, I mean, sure, I probably wouldn't mind them clicking on the advertisements if that allows for money to come in to help support the site and everybody else on it. But um, I think these others would probably be a little bit more towards my what I want to try to go for. Um, Although I would imagine that like a CPC strategy would be uh, pay higher rates. So um, because obviously they're wanting to get people to go to their content, to um, to what they're advertising their products and the like. So obviously a CPC would be generating more revenue over time. Um, so um, depending on that content, yeah. So in the advertising world, the M in CPM stands for mille, which is Latin for thousand. So cost per thousand. The cost per thousand impressions. In this case, publishers are paid for displaying the ad regardless if the user clicks on it or not. That's ideal, at least in my impression. But um, CPM bids are typically lower than CPC bids since the free fee structure is not contingent on the user taking any action. Google will display whichever ad type, CPM or CPC, is expected to earn more revenue for the publisher, which is in Google's best interest since they take a 30% share of the revenue. Okay. Active view CPM. In order to get paid for an active view CPM ads, the impressions must be measured as viewable. This means that at least 50% of an ad needs to be shown on the screen for at least 1 second. Hmm. These bids will be higher when traditional CPM bids since the chances of a website visitor actually seeing the ad is increased. Okay. Um, this might not be the best form. Um, seeing the idea for the website. Hold on, where is it? Um, the idea for the ads are going to be kind of at the bottom of the screen to try to keep it out of like the main viewing area. Although I mean I could probably try to see about maybe putting some ads on the sides, but I don't necessarily want to overload. I don't want to necessarily overload the site with ads either. So um, I don't know. We'll have to see about that. Um, but the fact that this at least 50% of the ad needs to be shown on the screen, is that like all the time? Like that it has to be on the screen at all times in order for this to be um, measured? If that's the case, then it's probably not going to happen, especially if I place it at the very bottom of the screen and if like the home screen increases in uh, if if the home screen changes or increases about what is displayed, then um, the ads might not be readily viewable. So, um, I mean, I could try maybe putting some ads on sites that is scrollable, that kind of scroll with you. But again, I don't know if I want to put that on there or not. So let's move on to CPE here. Cost per engagement is based on how active a user is with an advertisement. For example, let's say an advertiser decides to run a lightbox ad. These formats are expandable. They could take up a large portion of the screen if they're clicked on. If a website visitor hovers over the lightbox ad for more than 2 seconds, the ad will expand. This is the type of engagement that is required for CPE payouts. Hmm. See, this right here could potentially be um, uh, I wouldn't want this kind of ad in middle of the body of the website. I've seen those kind of ads before, like on news articles, and it just annoys the hell out of me because here I am trying to just move on to the next portion of the news site, and these ads go, "You need to see this." It's like, no, go away. So this tends to be more of a annoyance for me, especially when it's like in the body of the website. Um, Now, I could see this as a possibility for, at the very bottom of the screen. That's okay because then uh, the the visitor, the user would have to hover over it in order um, to do the engagement. Um, so they would have to actively like hover their mouse over the bottom of the screen to get those um, particular advertisements. Now, I don't know if I have any particular choice as to what is available to me when I um, when I display the ads. So if I put in an ad, will like say Google AdSense, will they pick like this particular ad is always going to be CPE, or do I get to choose, what kind of ads I want to be displayed? I don't know. We'll have to kind of see. Um, so, how to get Google AdSense to your website in 7 easy steps. Now that you understand the basics of AdSense and how it works, it's time to get set up on your website. Believe it or not, this actually isn't very complicated. You can put AdSense on your website in just 4 steps. Before you get started, you need to have an existing website, which I do. You can apply for AdSense on a hypothetical or future site. So for those of you who are in the process of creating a new website or have an under construction landing page, you need to hold off before applying. Really? Hmm. Okay. If you're at this stage, I have a few guides that can help you out. Um, okay. Now technically I'm under construction because I'm not it's not a fully run website, or at least it's not an intended fully run website yet. So so I might not need to hold off on this then if that's the case. Um, Google does not just accept any website into its program. You need to meet their eligibility requirements to be considered. Interesting. Okay. This means you have an easy to use navigation. Elements need to be lined up properly. Text must be easy to read. All the functionality of your website has to work properly, which it doesn't. Okay. So AdSense won't work with any publishers that sell counterfeit goods on their website. No need for that. No worries on that. Any publishers in the AdSense program aren't allowed to receive traffic from certain sources, such as paid-to-click programs or unsolicited emails. Okay. Google has a responsibility to its advertisers. Businesses don't want their ads associated with certain types of websites, so it's Google's responsibility to review your website content before you get accepted. Makes sense. But it's also in the exact reverse as well. You don't necessarily want to be advertising, or you don't necessarily want um, to advertise for businesses that are, you know, really bad out there. Um, but then again, you don't really have too much of a choice in that. If Google is accepting money from a business, especially one that's like, like you have a business that, has child labor or something along those lines. Okay. Um, then um, you would have to like contact Google and say, hey, this particular business is, using child labor. You really should not advertise for them, kind of thing. Um, but obviously, um, I'm gonna have a kind of a hard time along those lines because Google is going to be the one, Google in this particular example would be the ones that are kind of handling the ads that are on there. Um, so yeah. Um, for the full list, refer to Google's eligibility requirements for AdSense. You need to make sure your site complies with all the guidelines before you apply, or your application will just be rejected. Okay. Well, don't care. Not getting any immature adult content. It's don't have any shocking content. No excessive profanity. Not doing any kind of malware or adware, or at least not trying to go for that. No drugs or drug paraphernalia, so no worries on that one. Sales of alcohol, tobacco, prescription drugs, weapons, or ammunition. Don't need to worry about that. Illegal activity, no worries on that. Hateful content, discrimination against religion, race, nationality, sexual orientation, gender, etc. Don't need to worry about that either. Um, Although at the same time, I'm there may be individuals, like there may be a receiver, for example, that has a charity or an organization that is harmful. And uh, I'm probably going to have some difficult times trying to maintain that. Okay. Organizations such as like the Ku Klux Klan, for example. I don't want that. I don't want to see it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. Um, they can fade away into history for all I care. Don't want to even deal with them. Um, so you know, or any of their members that wants to associate themselves with it. Don't need it. Don't want it. Um, so you know, if if your idea of an organization is my race is better than any other race, then you're not holding up to the idea of, the whole concept of the longhouse, you know, able to take in multiple different families from different tribes, helping out each other out. You just don't fit. So I don't want to see any of it. So, so um, but at the same time, I probably will still get some people putting that kind of content on this particular website, anyway. Um, I'll see what I can do, try to limit it. But I mean, if I get, thousands of, new receivers, on a daily basis or something like that, then um, trying to try to remove those particular harmful websites um, might be a little difficult. So um, it's much like um, so for example, um, some of these groups have pages on Facebook. I mean, you can complain all you want to Facebook that they have these particular groups on their website, but at the end of the day, you know, um, if the group is still holding up to the terms of service on that particular website, they don't really have, um, they could get themselves into a legal battle trying to, remove these, hateful groups on their website when they're still holding to the terms of service. So, um, Facebook would be hard pressed to try to win that kind of a battle, um, at least here in the States with freedom of speech. But there's a line there. There's a line, okay? Freedom of speech does not always mean that you can get away with anything that you say, okay? There are consequences to what you say, okay? It's like yelling fire in a crowded movie theater, okay? There's consequences to that, okay? You could have people hurt or killed because of it. I mean, just look at Black Friday sales. People have literally been trampled to death in Black Friday sales. Okay, but do you blame the business for that happening though? I mean, yes and no. I mean, they're not. They're. It's if they're not like trying to keep like the customers safe and organized and stuff like that, then they're just inviting that to happen. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of legal there, and um, you know, I will do what I can to try to make sure that this doesn't necessarily happen on my particular website. I have people that try to, um, if they're putting information down on here that I want them to make sure that you know legally they shouldn't be advertising these kind of things. you know. Um, but again, if there's a lot of receivers coming in and developing it, then I'm gonna be hard pressed to try to maintain all of that. Okay. Um, Hence the reason why, you know, as a not-for-profit, I'm probably going to be needing others with me to help me, you know, make sure that the website stays, somewhat professional. Um, but we'll have to wait on that for now. So, okay, so we're not there yet. We're still we're still an under construction site. We still haven't gotten it to a point where it is actually functional. Um, so, um, but what I can do, I have the ad inserter here. Okay, what I can do is I can make sure that, um, the ads are placed in a location that, um, I'm okay with, that, doesn't cause, um, any visitors any like hardship or anything along those lines. So, um, um, but at the end of the day, it's probably too early for setting up the AdSense. I'm gonna have to do that at the very end um, of construction. So you know what? Let me make a note of that here. Um, okay, we don't need this anymore. Um, so let's see. Um, let's see. To do when website is complete and ready for um, visitors, then we can apply for AdSense. Okay. Uh, Look into ads last. All right. So um, now, uh, for the website, I'm gonna have a little bit of difficulty. I don't know what all I'm gonna want to kind of display. Um, Images can help enhance the website. Obviously, I don't want to have, image all over the place, um, but images do help enhance. Um, I'm not an artist, and I gotta be careful with kind of posting copyrighted pictures on there. So, um, I have to make sure that, um, any pictures that I post are, um, free to the public, Um, so, um, but I mean, that's going to be later on in the page. I can hold off on that for a little bit later. At some point in time, I will want to try to um, arrange the homepage a little bit better, obviously. Um, so it kind of explains everything that the website is all about. Um, and then obviously, I have to, you know, construct these other pages as well, using, um, using the templates for the um, header and footer, for example. Um, so it's going to take a while to get to the point of being able to kind of display ads. So with that being said, um, I guess the next step, we're not going to be able to do any kind of, we're not going to be able to work on any of the ads for now. So we'll have to move on to working on the login in this particular case. So let's go back to our plugins because I remember that I did have something for logins. At least I think I did. Um, let's see. Go ahead and update these. Okay. Let's see. I think it's the paid memberships pro app that I had here. Let's see. Membership levels. Okay. So let's go back up here. I believe this is what I was kind of looking at before. Um, okay, so I have each one of these set. Um, so monthly subscription. Um, let's see. Make sure that we have everything here. Um, let's see. Okay. Do I want an initial payment, or do I just want to? I mean, I'm not talking about like an initial payment here. Um, hmm, let's see. Don't know. I think initial payment isn't exactly what I'm trying to go for here. Um, To hide this level from the membership levels page and disable registration? No. Check this to set this membership access when membership access expires. Um, let's see. Set the duration of membership access. Note that any future payments or recurrent subscription, if any, will be canceled when membership expires. Let's see. Don't need a custom trial period. Um, Total number of recurring billing cycles for this level. In the trial period if applicable, but not including initial payment. Set to 0 if membership is indefinite. Hmm. Let's see. Now, one of the um, one thing that I want to try to do here is, you know, I'm saying, hey, you have a 2-month minimum payment on this because I don't. The reason why I want to do this, to have the minimum payment, is I don't want someone, I have this one-time use payment kind of thing for anyone to just kind of, if they're not quite sure what the website is all about, they just kind of want to um, see certain available, um, receivers or whatnot. Um, then, I'm doing the one-time charge of $5, um, so that um, their time on the website is very limited, but it's again it's that wall that I'm trying to keep the unscrupulous people out. Um, but the reason why I'm trying to do the 2-month minimum here is to basically guarantee that, hey, you know I don't want someone uh, doing the monthly to kind of get themselves out of the paying the one-time use kind of thing. I'm making it a little bit more expensive to actually go for the monthly subscription to say, hey, if you're in, if you're a giver for the website, you're a giver for the website. Okay, I don't want you, um, you know, uh, I don't want someone coming in, paying for the monthly, and then canceling the subscription right afterwards, kind of thing. That's basically what the one-time use is all about. Okay. But it doesn't look like I have the ability of charging the 2-month minimum, though. Hmm, unless the billing cycle limit is something there. Hmm, let's see. Um, the amount will be billed one cycle after initial payment. Um, so the thing is that if I do $6 right now on the initial payment, okay, that that does the 2 month minimum. Problem is that they'll be billed the $3 the next month afterwards. Okay, so in a sense um, you know, they're paying for like 3 months at their first reoccurring payment, and that's not exactly ideal. Um, Fortunately, I don't know if there's any way that I can set up the initial. I mean, I might be able to do. I mean, I'm sure the Pro version probably has that set, but um, don't know if there's any other way for me to kind of set that up. Um, Maybe I should just be totally upfront for them. You know, um, $6 initial payment, um, and then $3 afterwards. But I don't know. Uh, I don't necessarily want to. Hmm, how am I going to do this? I'll go ahead and save it for now. Let's see. Um, okay, we need to set the expiration dates for these. I did not do that last time. Okay, so $6 initially, and then 6 months after every 3 months, every quarter. So, um, nope, expires in 3 months. Let's see. Go ahead and save that. Um, and then check that for the email. $12 initial payment, $12 every other year. Um, no trial period, recurring subscription, and then expires every year. Okay. Um, Now, this is where um, I'm this is where I'm like, there's no recurring subscription to this. Um, I have this set to 4, not 5. I'm not sure why I had it set to 4, but Um, hmm. Set the duration of membership access. Note that any future payments, recurrent subscription, if any, will be canceled when the membership expires. Am I screwing up there a little bit? You see, um, if they don't pay, then I want their subscription to end. I don't want them being able to access the website if that's the case. So, hence the reason why I'm thinking that I need the expires. But I don't want it to basically say, hey, after 1 year, it's completely gone. We're just gonna completely remove it, no matter if you have a recurring subscription. Um, am I reading that correctly, or am I having a problem there? Hmm. I'm not 100% sure. I could see it in in the two different ways. It could be no matter what kind of subscription or payment plan or whatever you have on there, if you have the expires, then it cuts it out. It says the the your membership is done. You're gonna have to like renew again, which kind of ruins the whole idea of recurring subscriptions. Or is it something along the lines of, hey, if you don't you know uh, do recurring subscription, you pay again, then your account will expire. That's the way that I'd like to have, but again, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure of it. Hmm. And do I want it to be, um, and do I want to give the one-time use individuals a long period of time? Do I want them to, do I want to give them a week to explore the website, or do I want to shorten the time even less than that? You know, um, maybe I should cut it down to like say maybe 2 days or something like that. Um, I mean, let's face it. Um, if if someone has like access to you know um, like okay, take for example, um, if someone gains access to your email, or someone gains access to like a YouTube channel or your bank account, they can do a lot of damage in just a single day. Okay, they can do a lot of damage in a single day. Um, Now, granted, as I mentioned before, I'm going to try to do what I can to try to limit the amount of damage any unscrupulous person can do, to the receivers. Okay, I'm going to try to do that. Okay, I don't want to screw these people over. Okay, because they're having enough trouble as it is. Okay, um, I don't want them getting screwed over because of my particular website screwing them over. um, So, so one-time use. When do I set the expiration date for it? Do I give them 24 hours? You know, do I say, hey, do you want to check out the site? You have 24 hours to do it. I could do that. Um, but then again, they might have a little bit of difficulty trying to maybe, um, for example, um, they might be, uh, you know, uh, an elderly individual that doesn't really understand what the website is all about. So maybe they want to kind of explore it a little bit more. Okay, maybe they want to, um, spend some time on the website. Am I screwing them over by just saying, hey, you only have a day to check everything else out? Now, I'm going to give them fair warning that, hey, if you want to do this one-time use, it's for a limited time. Okay, it's going to be for this day, 2 days, 3 days. I'm going to be upfront with them. Like, hey, once you make this payment, once you subscribe, at this particular juncture, you have a limited time, to view all the receivers on the website. Okay, um, so you know, I'm going to be upfront with them on it, but at the same time, um, it's that balance. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, um, I don't want to give, um, unscrupulous people, uh, time to cause damage, but at the same time, I want to be flexible enough to say, oh, you're not quite sure what the website is all about. Okay, well, here's some time for you to kind of see see what it's all about. Okay, um, it's like a 1 day pass for a gym membership or something like that. Okay, it's meant to kind of see, you know, uh, here's what everything that you can do at the gym, um, and uh, you know, this is what we can provide as a gym membership kind of thing. But obviously, this isn't a gym, so I mean, I'm just kind of putting it as an example. So do I do 1 day? Do 2 days? Week seems pretty long, so at least for one-time use. So, um, you know what? Let's do 2 days. Let's do 2 days. Okay. You know, um, maybe they have some difficulties, with, like, maybe they sign up and they suddenly have like difficulties or something like that, or they need to rush off suddenly or something along those lines. Let's give them another day so that they can kind of come back to it and check it out. Okay. But obviously, this has to be stated upfront. You know. Um, uh, okay. So now the expiration is understandable for the one-time use. I'm just kind of concerned about the expiration for these others, though. Um, you only need to set one of these unless you really want this membership to expire after a certain number of payments. Oh, okay. Okay. Then I don't need to worry about this. Okay. That's don't need to worry about it. Silly me. Um, I don't need to worry about having any kind of expiration, so because the membership is handling that. So okay. Um, let's see. Um, hmm, let's see. Um, let's see. Me. Let me bring up their website here, their documentation. Um, and we'll yeah, this is the recurring billing and expiration dates, so don't necessarily need to worry about that. So there are cases when you would want to set both a recurring billing amount and expiration date. Two most common cases are payment plans, easy payments of $19.95, and the courses with a set time frame, $100 per week for a 6-week course. In both cases, you likely need to use custom codes so users continue to have access to ongoing content they need even though they won't be paying anymore. Okay. Um, okay. Let's see. Let's see. Um, let's see. Minimum monthly. Let's see. No. Okay. Let's see. Um, okay. Apparently, it wants me to kind of log in. Um, hmm, I don't want to bother with that right at the moment. So, let's see. Adds a delay field to membership levels and discount codes, allowing you to set a variable length period between your initial payment if required and recurring subscription payment. Let's see. When editing a membership level or discount code, you will see a new delay field. There are many ways to use this delay field, including the single integer representing the number of days to delay the start of the subscription. Okay. This is a free add-on? Okay. Um, this might be helpful for the monthly there, so um, we'll have to see if we can get that set up then. Here, hold on a second. Let me make sure that I can log in with it. I don't know exactly which one I used. Okay. Okay. Oh, continue. Okay. Let's see. I'm not sure what the password I used for this. Nope, that wasn't the right one. Nope, that wasn't the right one either. Hmm. Okay, now I guess I'll just have to get them to send me a new password. Because obviously, that didn't really work out as well as I wanted it to. One second while I move on over to get this fixed real quick. Uh, okay, so oh wait, hold on. That might be using carriage return 2. Let's not do that. There we go. Okay. There we go. Logged in, but unfortunately, they they went to the other. Um, they didn't go back to the last page. It's like, God damn it. Let's see. Um, let's see. Where was it again? Let's see. It wasn't really set expiration date. Um, Subscription delays. Um, adds a delay field to membership levels and discount codes, allowing you to set a variable night period between your initial payment, if required, and recurring subscription payment. So, okay. Now, how do I go ahead and add this in? Installation setup. Okay, so oh, I can just kind of do that through the plugin. So okay, well let's try to do it that way instead of trying to install it via the zip. So um, add new. Um, let's see, subscription delay. Hmm. That's not great. Hmm. Um, see, maybe actually follow their descriptions there, Jim. Um, let's see. Definitions. Now we're looking for subscription delays. So let's scroll on down here. There, they ordered it in alphabetical. So there we go. Activate that plugin. Okay. Now we have the subscription delays add-on. So let's go back to our settings here. View membership levels. Now we can go to this. And now, um, let's see. Number of days to delay the start of the subscription. Well, if I'm going to be doing 2 months, then um, hmm, let's see. Note about fixed date renewals for large membership sites. And don't really care about that too much. Okay. Um, um, let's see. Um, Single integer representing the number of days to delay the start of the subscription. This is useful variable length trials such as 7-day trial on a monthly plan. Specific date and the format to begin the subscription. This is useful for courses that have specific enrollment period and group start date. Date that is automatically calculated based on the sign up using a combination of integers and placeholders for year, month, and day. This is useful if you like all subscriptions to begin on the first day of the following year or the first day of the following month. So if I'm looking for the first day of the month afterwards, then I could do something like y1 dash m3 dash 01. Will that work? Hmm. Not quite what I'm looking for. Because, so, so, seeing that today's the June 7th, um, 2 months is good. They did that. And the year's good. But the date isn't exactly correct. Um, I wanted to be able to kind of stick with the same day as today, so um, maybe if I do something like that, will that work? No, they're looking at July 31st on that one. Not quite what I'm looking for. Um, um, let's see. Um, hmm. If I do something like 00, will that work, or will it have an issue with that? No, it's still having the same issue with that. Okay. Um, and if I do something like DD, it's gonna have some issues. Yeah, same. Hmm. Let's see. Um, I mean, I do appreciate their coding here a little bit. Yeah, the fact that it's kind of flexible along those lines, but now I'm kind of curious as to um, if I want to. So whenever, okay, so um, sometimes the uh, you typically want the subscription to be um, kind of set um, on the um, on the day on which they initially made their uh, you know on their initial sign up. Okay. Um, so for example, if I'm signing up today for a new subscription or something along those lines, and it's a month by month, then I would expect that I'm going to be getting that full month. Like next month on July 7th, I should be getting the bill for the next payment. Okay. Um, not every um, not every subscription works that way though. Okay. Some of them may be like, hey, um, you subscribed on this particular month, well, we're always going to bill you on the first day of the next month. Okay, so um, some so if you kind of um, if you sign up for some kind of subscription based and you're kind of signing up at the very end of the month, for example, you might get billed for the first month. Like, like if you sign up on like say the 31st, then you could be billed like the next day for the next month. Um, and I don't necessarily want that to happen. Mm, hmm. Okay. Um, it doesn't look like I can do. Um, I can um, set like a delay. Um, so like if um, so if I'm applying today on the 7th, for example, it doesn't set anything up for 2 months from now, for example. Um, so it looks like the only option that I really have is doing know these trials here. So I may just want to just do 60 days and let it go from there. Um, so uh, so yeah, that should do. That should do. So um, um so we should be good along those lines. So um, set up the membership pages. Okay. We don't necessarily need that. Um, we don't really need that download. Let me go ahead and get rid of it. There we go. Okay. Um, okay, so what are these membership pages all about? Let's see. Hmm. Hmm. checkout page, membership confirmation, invoice page, levels page. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, this is the membership page. Hmm. Login page. Okay, let's go. Let's go to our pages here. What we want to do is we want to put um, um, we want to put the login screen. Um, we want to put like a login screen here underneath the receiver and the giver. So let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Receiver login. Save draft. Let's go back. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Quick edit. Parent receiver. Update. Okay. Let's do another ad here for the giver login. Anyways, get it. Giver update. Okay, so problem is that I can't really see these on the main page. Um, I can't really see it here because it's not really showing um, showing these kind of pages. So yeah, I have to actually like publish them in some fashion or another. Hmm. Okay. Um, okay, so we have. We'll close this down for now. Um, so it's just. So okay, so we have the receiver and giver logins under their respective headers. So that's good. That's the kind of the idea of it all. Um, um, what I should be doing is having um, is probably like having another web page under receiver there. That's kind of hidden. It's not. Um, it's so um, after the user kind of logs in, then um, then they'll be sent to a page on where they can kind of fill out any information. Um, they see what it's all about. Like the giver will have its um, search forms and like so. But I have a funny feeling that I might be messing up here a little bit. So Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me bring this back up again. So this is I was trying to build um, a form for the receiver here. Um, this isn't really something that I need right at the moment here. Um, state. Let's see. Nationality. Vision. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Um, Current save. Okay, this is just showing me what I could do. I was kind of wondering if there was a way that I can kind of visually um, see like a preview of it or anything along those lines. Okay. Well, okay, so we got all that taken care of. Um, let's see. Hmm. Yeah, I'm commenting these out, so um, we're not including like an additional um, so right now I have it set to, just saying, hey, you're only going to get one employment, you're only going to be getting one home loan, blah, blah, blah. But if for some odd reason, if there's ever a need to add more to it, like someone requests that, hey, I have more than one resume, um, I'd like to, put down that information, then I have this available to uncomment and allow for this to be added in. So, um, so let's see. So I need to add a little bit more here. Um, okay. Okay. Looks like I was trying to work on this a little bit, but I wasn't able to finish off everything. Um, so, interesting that I have employment, home loan, car loan, motorcycle. I added that in. Boat loan, hospital bills, credit cards, charity groups, nonprofit groups, and other groups. So I didn't, so I took care of everything here for the most part, but I didn't address any of these. So that's interesting. So, um, So field group. Let's see. And an underscore. Yeah, it is an underscore. Okay. Okay, so field group, we want GoFundMe ID is equal to um, GoFundMe groups tab index one. I'm seeing a lot of tab indexes one. It's been a while since I've worked on this, so um, so okay, just putting those spaces in so that it makes it a little bit easier to read. So um, so label um, link to page, and then text um, on me page label label um, uh, informational notes text area GoFundMe note. Okay. Let's see. Then we want to add in the ability to have more than one here. So hmm, let's see. Let's see. So syntax of two types are completely different. For example, you use text star and email template. Provides two different types of tags for the form template and email template. Form tags. It's just basically the same thing. Okay, never mind. A tag has only one word in it. In most cases, the word corresponds to the name of the form tag. Will be replaced from input through it. Hmm. Okay. Documents. Yes, file upload, simple captcha, quiz, acceptance checkbox, hidden field, submit button, getting default values from the context, setting default values. Um, Tracking form submissions. Let's see, controlling behavior by setting constants. Managing long list with listo. What's this all about? Oh, okay. Um, uh, Another WordPress plugin, just a simple plugin that provides several kinds of common lists for other plugins like Contact Form 7. Listo currently provides lists for countries, US subdivisions, and world currencies, with more to come. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. Not really that interested in this too much. Um, I mean, I could always, um, I can always have the drop down in this particular case, um, and do it that way. But um, it's I can just kind of let them type it all out. I mean, that um, I'm not really that concerned about nationality or anything along those lines. I mean, if they want to throw in some uh, random nations in there or something like that, then they're not really helping themselves out by doing that. So, um, and uh, I'm not setting it up as um, um, I'm not setting it up in a style that they are required to put together, to mention their nationality. So, come on, light, stop blinking on me. There we go. A lot of tissues. Pardon me. Napkins will do in a pinch. All right. All right. So, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Um, I'm trying to see if I can find the. Um, okay, so um, seeing that I'm building these groups here, or these, at least, I'm building the GoFundMe, for example, the whole more than one, I'm gonna need to figure out if this right here is indeed what I need in order to have a um, to allow for multiple, um, do I add that below the field group? Do I need to add it inside the field group? Do I need to add it here or do I need to add it there? I'm not 100% sure. So, um, let's see. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. Um, let's see. Add filter. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. WordPress plugin development, we primarily use the following WordPress coding standards, but for some parts we use our own coding standards and styles. Below is a list of our coding standards that are different from WordPress coding standards. Add action filter just before the function definition. Okay. Call add action or add filter first and define the callback function. By performing the task in this order, you can easily grasp the correspondence between the hook and the callback. It's useful especially when the function definition takes hundreds of lines. When add action or add filter is called, the system doesn't check if the callback function passed, as the second parameter really exists. It only needs to know the name of the function. Always set for arguments to add action or add filter. The third and fourth arguments are optional to set. Always set all four arguments when you call add action or add filter. It is especially important to explicitly set the fourth argument. Default value of accepted values is 1, and you need to increase this value when the callback function takes 2 parameters or more. However, this is something developers often forget to do. If you constantly set the argument, you'll be able to avoid this mistake. There's no reason to do it this way when the function used as the action filter callback is also used as an independent function. Function defined as default arguments. The use of a function may cause confusion that in turn makes debugging difficult. Let's see. Use and or instead of and PBH conditional expression is in the following. Okay. Write lines aggressively in your code when it improves readability. Um, Let's see, we use indentation only at the beginning of the line. Using indentation in the middle of the line doesn't improve readability and only becomes troublesome when you add the line next to it. Okay. Let's see. If I'm trying to add, add to the form here. Or add filter, is that contained within the field group or no? And like I said, I don't even know if I'm actually doing this correctly um, because I need to make sure that um, if the user has more than one GoFundMe, they need to basically click on like a little add button that allows them to kind of add another GoFundMe with a different web page and so on and so forth with a different note on there, depending on what they need, what they're kind of looking for. So, um, but not sure if I'm doing that correctly or not. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Go ahead and put these on their own separate rows here so that it stays somewhat readable. Okay. Um, for a second there, I was like going, where's the end field group? Oh, that was like on another line. I'm like going, yeah, no, let's fix that. Okay, so I have this add filter. Let's see. Let's see. Creating another on field WordPress. Let's see. Um, let's see. What am I looking for? What's the wording that I'm looking for on this one? Because obviously this didn't really work the way I wanted it to. I need some Google foo on this one. um, it's a little cold in here. Here, pardon me. I'm gonna throw on a little tiny blanket. There we go. It's comfortable before, but I guess they turned on the AC. Okay. What am I looking for here? Let's see. So WordPress. Um, repeater field. Let's see. Hmm. hold on a second. Gonna pause my music here real quick.
Team, and then I'll go into advanced custom fields and create a new field group called team members. And inside that field group, I want to create a field, and I'll call that team, and I'll make it a repeater field. So basically, advanced custom fields is going to set it up as a really simple interface for you to just repeat things. Now, once you click the repeater field, it's going to come up with another area called subfields, and this allows you to create a template for each individual repeated item, if that makes any sense. So because we're going to be creating a team members page and we want to display team members, first thing we want to do is create this template. So for each team member, you want to show their name, and we'll make it a text field. You then want to make it show their biography. We'll make that a text area field, and we will make it so that automatically adds paragraphs. We'll also do an image, so a profile picture field, and we'll make that an image field. And the last one is maybe we'll do a link, so that you can link to their Twitter page or something like that. And we'll make that a link page, link field. Cool, so we have all the fields, and then at the bottom you have all these different options. I'm going to leave them all default, but when you click on the repeater field to add a new field, you can choose the button label. I'm going to make it add team member. The last thing we want to do is obviously assign it to the team page. So we'll make it so that it only comes up when you go to the team page. So let's publish that. Then we'll go to pages and click on the edit the team page. You should now see we have the team members repeater field. So we can click into there and you'll see that it automatically has those fields, and if we click another team member, it will show those fields as well. And basically you can repeat the same template over and over again. So as you can see, it is very, very powerful. So I'm going to fill out some data here, and let's then display it on the front end. So I'll just put my name, I'll put some lorem ipsum into here, lorem ipsum into there, lorem ipsum into there. We'll put Jane Smith and Bob Smith. Then we'll put some profile photos. So I'll just use the existing images that we have in the actual media gallery. And then we'll just link each person. If you watch the previous video on links, you can do a hard link to an actual external website, or you can do it within your internal website. So I'm just going to make it link to internally, and I'll make this one go to Google. Cool. All right, let's update that. Let's go to our code editor and make it come into the template now. So I'm in my project. I'm going to create, I'm going to grab the page.php and just create a new template, paste it in, template name team, save it as team.php. I'll call it template-team.php, and then I'll go into the team page and make sure that it is using that specific template. Cool. And let's view the page, and obviously nothing is there. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So there's a clash between my pages. So I need to just call it maybe team members. Let's call it team members instead. I'll change the permalink as well to team members. So yeah, I've just had a clash between the archive URL and the team members page. So refresh it again. Let's go view page. There we go, team members. And it's using the team template, of course. All right, cool. So now let's go into this actual template and grab, actually we don't really need to grab the variable like we've done in the past. If you don't want to, I'll show you how to use it that way, but I'll also show you how to use it using functions that ACF have created for us to control repeater fields. So the first thing you want to do is you want to do a loop, but we firstly want to check if there are fields that exist, or that there are team members that are existing in the repeater field. So we'll do PHP if have rows And the ID of the actual field is, I'm assuming it's team underscore members, but I'll just double check. Actually, it's just team. And I'll change the label to make it a capital T. So if have rows team, close that off. PHP end if as well. And within inside the if statement, we want to do PHP while have rows and team again, and then the row, and close off the end while loop. Now within here, what we can do is we can use a function called getTheSubfield or the subfield. So if we want to echo out the name of each individual person, if we go into the fields, you'll see they're called name, biography, profile picture, and link. So let's go here and do PHP the subfield, because it's a subfield of a field. The main field is a repeater field called team, and the subfield, which is repeating, we'll use this function, and we'll just put name in there. So this function just automatically...
I think from what I was kind of looking at there, it feels as though he was...
Welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about the repeater field, and this is part of ACF Pro. So if you wanted to use it, you would need to purchase the actual plugin.
Yeah. So this is part of their this is part of the specific plugin for this. So yeah. Similar style, but to what I'm kind of looking for, but obviously I want to try to do that using the contact form 7. So contact, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. So accepts additional parameters. Mail tab. Customizing the add and remove buttons. You can add filters to your theme by customizing the add and remove buttons. Let's see. Filters to add button attributes, parameters. Array of attributes for the add button. Keys, additional classes. Text used for the button. Okay. Let's see. HTML. Remove button. Has this been actually added into contact form 7, or is it not been added in? Let's see. Let's look here. Repeater. Nothing. Hmm. Let's see. Let's go ahead and save it real quick. Do I already have? Yeah, I do have repeatable fields. So, right, and this is what I was kind of looking at before. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Your themes functions.php. Okay. Um, let's see. Um, Now, how does it know which one to, which field group? You know, if this is something that is added into, functions.php, then how will you know um, when to include these in your group? Or is it just the label itself, field group? Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Local function or method into a specific filter action. Office filter hooks to allow plugins to modify various types of internal data at runtime. Plugin can modify data by binding a callback to a filter hook. Filter is later applied. Each bound callback is run in order of priority and given the opportunity to modify a value by returning a new value. The following example shows how the callback function is bound to a filter hook. Note that example is passed to the callback and may be modified then returned. Okay. Let's see. Arrays in apply filter arrays call passes 4 total arguments, callbacks bound. Accept R's value. The name of the filter to hook the function to callback to. Right to be run when the filter is applied. Specify the order in which the functions associated with a particular action are executed. Lower numbers corresponding to earlier execution. Functions with the same priority are executed in the order in which they were added to the action. Number of arguments the function accepts. Let's see. Since method. Let's see. Trying to make this easy for me, but at the same time, I'm feeling like just kind of barely scratching the surface of what I'm actually trying to go for. Okay, so right now, um, based off of our contact forms here, um, let's see, I'm gonna move this over to a tab here so that I can just kind of work on it here if I need to switch to a different location, or if I need to kind of handle, go to a different page or something like that, I can kind of keep an eye on what's going on here. Now, um, so we are doing these field groups, and we're having, all the, labels, radios, like, checkboxes and so on and so forth for what we have right here. And obviously there's more to um, do on this end of things. Um, so it's looking like this is not something that is included in the field group. It's something to be added outside of it. Um, this is basically placed inside the function here. Problem is, um, we have these values here, which I'm thinking I still need to kind of hold on to, or I need to keep with the same value there. Um, but then again, um, the value here is different. That's referencing this, but problem is that I'm not seeing. Okay, so what I'm trying to look for right now, okay, and that I'm getting a little confused here, and I apologize. I'm still trying to get used to all this. Um, so we have a field group, okay, and we have specific, you know, uh, we have IDs, and we have the information kind of contained within it right at this moment in time. Problem is that I don't see anything here that references the, what's inside the field groups. Is is this here something that I need to change to reference this particular field group? Or um, is it something that I'm gonna have to, or is there something else here within the add filter um, that I'm kind of missing? Um, okay, so hmm, okay, I'm getting into PHP and additional code that I'm not very familiar with. Well, JavaScript. Hmm. Let's see. Um, Okay, interesting. Um, let's see. Hmm, let's see. Um, let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Um, let's see. Um, Dynamic facial fields is one of the most popular add-ons. Almost had music playing. Never. Let's not do that. Alright. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Um, um, let's see. Um, let's see. Okay, I'm just trying to see if I can find some like additional examples of this. Let's see. Um, let's see. Um, okay, we have quite a few HTML examples and like. So far I'm not feeling. Okay, well here's the field group that they've been kind of talking about. Okay, let's see. Um, IDs and fields inside repeatable groups will lead you to a scenario where the field in the second group will have the same ID of an input in the first group. And that should be avoided. You try to approach displaying or hiding elements based on classes. Whereas you could use and then display all the droid name inputs. Let's see. Um, uh, let's see. Um, let's see. Um, okay. So it's just near and there. When you hide the entire group steps, able to make it work here, replacing the script tag with this. Mm, hmm. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, at some point in time I'm gonna need a the giver form as well, but it's looking like I'm gonna need to do some um, let's see. Let's see, tab content, shortcode or contact form. Alright, form tab. Um, tag generators. See additional settings. Any form tablet. See how tags work. You can include additional settings to each contact form by adding code snippets in specific format into the additional settings tab panel on the contact form editor screen. By default, contact form 7 supports the following types of settings. Subscribers only mode. You may want to ensure that only logged in users can submit your contact form. In such cases, use the subscribers only mode. In this mode, non-logged in users can't submit the contact form and will see a message informing them that login is required. Logged in users can use it as usual. Anti-spam verification will be provided for contact forms in the subscribers only mode, since only welcome people are supposed to be able to use them. This assumption is not applicable to your site. Subscribers only mode probably isn't a good option for you. I mean, it is. So, might want to add that in then. Let's see, demo mode. If you set demo mode on in the additional settings field, the contact form will be in a demo mode. In this mode, the contact form will skip the process of sending a mail and just display completed successfully as the response message. Okay. Skip mail setting was in the almost same manner as the demo mode, but the skip mail skips the mail sending only. Unlike demo mode, skip mail doesn't affect other activities like storing messages with Flamingo. By default, the acceptance checkbox behaves differently from other types of fields. It does not display a validation error message when the box is not checked. We set acceptance as validation on in the additional settings field. Checkboxes in the contact form behave in the same way as other form fields. Let's see. Set OK, sent OK, or on sent OK. Followed by one line JavaScript code. You can tell the contact form the code should be performed when the mail is sent successfully. Likewise, with on submit, you can tell the code that should be performed when the form is submitted regardless of the outcome. see, editing form template. You can edit the form template, but of the contact form tab panel, HTML, and form tags can be used in a form template. Form tag works as a placeholder for the HTML form control. Set of form controls, group of checkboxes. Form tags are replaced with HTML when rendering the form. Form tag must follow specific syntax rules. Otherwise, the form tag won't work correctly. Still, it is not necessary to remember the syntax because you use tag generator tools to generate correct form tags. Note that changes in the form template are not automatically reflected in the mail settings of the contact form. Therefore, if you added a form tag to a form template, you'll need to manually add a corresponding mail tag and mail tab panel. So it's looking to me like um, this whole name, email, subject, message, with the labels and text areas and so on and so forth. That's obviously different than this field group here, which is kind of part of the um, part of the repeatable fields. So it's looking to me like these uh, I'm putting these field groups in, but I might not need to put them in a specific group because um, um, I might not need them in a specific group. I might not need like more than one of them. So maybe I'm overloading myself a little bit concerning what I'm trying to go, like, hey, we have this one for Patreon here, and obviously um, that's not really that. Um, if I'm only going to have like one of them, then do I need a field group for it? Probably not. But at the same time, um, I may um, I may still want. Oh, I still may want to kind of group them up in their own set so that I can so if I need to, um, if I do decide, hey, someone wants multiple patrons to be posted on for their particular profile, maybe I should try to, um, have the field groups available to handle that if it needs to expand that way. Right now I'm just saying, hey, a person only needs one particular field for these, you know, for these particular matters, per receiver. Um, but maybe later on down the line they may have like they may have like two Twitch channels for the same person or something along those lines. Um, why they would split their time into two separate Twitch channels, I would never know, but um, it might be it might be something that I may need to kind of add on to, and if that's the case, then obviously, the database is going to have to be modified to handle that. Um, but I'm going to need to allow for the repeatable on there. So, oh boy, I'm kind of chewing on quite a bit here right at this point in time. Yeah, I was thinking that this was going to be a little bit easy for me, but apparently not. Not as much as I was thinking. So, um, so right now, which has, what has the, um, we have, hmm, so, we have these field groups, and they're saying that these functions here, um, need to be added into the functions PHP. But I don't know what the values I need to add in here are and how they reference back to, the field group in general. Especially if I have like multiple field groups. So, um, okay, so, um, so where do I find the functions PHP? Let's see. Functions PHP. Where do I find that? Template included in WordPress themes. An expert plugin for your WordPress site that automatically activated with your current theme. The function PHP file uses PHP code to add features or change default features on the WordPress site. For example, WordPress theme might add a bit of code to the theme's functions in order to add a new widget area to the footer or add a custom welcome message in the WordPress dashboard. The possibilities are endless. Functions.php file automatically loads when you install and activate a theme on your WordPress site. Adding the functions PHP file using custom codes allows you to add post types, text anomalies, shortcodes, and more to improve your website. Location is in your theme folder. If you want to add a code snippet to your WordPress site, adding it to the function is one option. It's usually not the best way to do it. WordPress tries to separate design and functionality whenever possible. This is the reason we have themes, which determine design, and plugins, which determine functions. Best if you're able to change your WordPress theme without changing the way your site functions, or change your plugins without affecting your site design. There are many WordPress tutorials that tell you to add code snippets to your theme's functions.php file. That's usually not a good idea. Okay. Decide to edit your functions.php file. Please use extreme caution. There are 3 reasons why editing your file is not a good idea. Edits to the functions file will be lost when the theme is updated. Okay. Edits will be lost to your chain if you change your WordPress theme. Making coding errors in the functions file can lock you out of your site. Okay. And some as simple as missing semicolon could make your whole site disappear with an error called white screen of death. That does happen to you. We wrote a step-by-step guide on how to fix WordPress white screen of death so you can regain access to your site. Making a coding mistake in your function will lead to other WordPress errors as well. You should only edit a function if you have a child theme, and the code snippets will only be used with the active child theme. For example, you may want to include snippets for custom fonts, translation files specifically for that particular child theme. So if you shouldn't edit functions PHP, where are you supposed to add code snippets from online tutorials? The answer is creating your own WordPress plugin. This is often called a site-specific plugin because it's specific to your own site and won't ever be shared in the WordPress plugin directory. Using site-specific plugin is the best solution because your code snippets are stored separately from your theme's functions. This means that they can be activated or deactivated just like any other plugin. This guarantees that your code won't disappear if you switch themes. Fortunately, WordPress doesn't come with a site-specific plugin by default. Good news is that you can either create a site-specific WordPress plugin yourself or download one from the WordPress plugin directory. For beginners, we suggest downloading the Code Snippets plugin. Code Snippets plugin is a simple solution and provides a way better to create, edit, and manage all your custom code snippets in WordPress. Once you activate the Code Snippets plugin, you'll see a new menu item labeled Snippets in your WordPress admin menu. You can even export your snippets to use them on other sites. Mm-hmm. I see the site keeps on getting larger and larger and larger, and it feels as though I'm it feels as though I'm thrashing about right at this moment in time. There's a lot for me to kind of tackle and do, and I feel as though I'm not um, not setting this up correctly, or I'm having some I'm obviously having some trouble trying to get this site built. Hence the reason why, initially when I first um, was trying to get the site built up, I was asking people to, hey, um, uh, I wanted to, um, I wanted to kind of work with someone to try to get this site up and running, to try to get it fixed and, you know, all the contact forms, login screens, and so on and so forth worked on. But obviously, everybody that contacted me for this site was all, was saying, hey, we'll build your site for you, which isn't what I wanted. Um, if you pay us, $50 or something like that. And I was like going, again, no, not what I wanted. So, um, okay, so this particular website is saying, hey, you should probably use the code snippets to add in um, your own like PHP files, I guess, to handle the code additions. Especially with the um, um, especially if I'm needing to add in these particular functions with the add filters. So, um, so if that's the case, then save early, saved often. Now, do I already have code snippets in here? I do not. Okay, so okay, so um, let's see. Hmm. Let me take a look at what we're looking at here. Uh, Example HTML shortcode. Okay. Okay. Example CSS snippet. Add action. Style. PHP. Okay. I'll run on site front end. Okay. JavaScript. Add action. Or snippets by name. Add filter code snippets list table default order by name. Only run in an administration area. Interesting. And order snippets by date. Let's see. Okay. So, let's see. We're going to put in receiver form functions. And then we're going to need to add these let's see. Let's see. Employment. Okay, let's see. I want this all in caps though. Let's see. So let me let's see. Loans. Car loans. Motor cycle loans. Loans. All bills. Adding these in here just for my own kind of sanity. Credit card bills. You know, just so I know, hey, if I want to find, um, you know, where this one particular group is all located at, I can just kind of go to um, I can go to this particular grouping here. So, okay. So, um, with that done, we're going to go ahead and kind of add these in for now. Um, don't know. Um, Here, actually, what is PHP comment? What is their version of comments? Okay, so standard in this particular case. So instead of um, instead of what I'm using here, um, it's that. Okay. Um, so let's see. I'm keeping these commented uh, within the comments there because um, again, I don't know whether or not I'm going to be needing to kind of use them. If this gets to a point where these groups can or need extra um, need extra added fields in them, um, then I'll go ahead and open these up for um, for more. But for now, we're just gonna kind of copy all this information over to the code snippets here, um, and I'll tackle them well next time, seeing that I'm already running out of time here. So oh, damn it, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, phew. I was a little worried there because my um, whenever I want to save something, I do the Control S, and sometimes that tries to save the entire file of like the current web page that you're on, which isn't what I wanted, you know. Um, so thankfully I didn't have to worry about that. Okay, loans. Just gonna take all these and move it down here because I'll worry about adding the comments afterwards here. Okay. Commons. Okay. So there's that. Okay. And set everything up here so that I can handle these particular comments or these particular fields when I need to. There we go. So all right. Now, right now, um, we have the filter here, but again, um, I don't know how this here is going to reference this particular field group. Okay. Um, the GoFundMe, I'm going to need the potential for more than one. The um, they are mentioning that I'm going to need to add like these specific functions in here for the custom add button alts. Um, but um, I don't know how this applies to you know the actual field group. I don't know where the connection is right at this moment in time. So we'll have to worry about that next week because I've run out of time here, there, folks. Um, so we're gonna have to kind of tackle um, the login screen and the um, all the forms at a later date at this point. So um, now we have the membership set. Now what I'm um, what I don't think this has though is um, I don't think it has anything for the um, for login. It's saying, hey, generate membership pages, and that's all well and good, and it says, hey, login page. So um, but it's a login page isn't really that useful because um, we're gonna have um, two different types of logins. One for the giver and one for the receiver. Okay, so um, because they're going to be kind of going to their own separate pages that they're going to be viewing. So um, uh, so there's not going to be a single login page on this, but we're going to have to try to figure out um, how to you know we're going to have to kind of look up some additional login. Um, probably thought I did like a login. Um, like a login plugin before, but I guess not. No, we're gonna have to worry about that next time. But for now, that's where we're gonna go ahead and end it for tonight. So um, go ahead and check out my stream team available down below on my Twitch About page. The application link is there. Um, there's a link on the form for the Google document that is built that just explains what the team is all about, uh, what the mission is, um, who we're kind of looking for in the team. So if that's something that you can connect with, if that's something that you would be proud to join and help out with, then go ahead and submit your application. I'll review it and send you a response. Um, all these streams, all these videos are going to be uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you'd like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch About page, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So feel free to check those out if you like. Um, I have a schedule of everything that I do on this channel down below. All the games that I do, the coding streams, as well as these Finish What I Started series. So if that interests you, stop on by on any one of those particular days. Say hi in the chat if you want, or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. Um, want to thank Mikey for stopping on by. Appreciate it there, bud. Um, hopefully I helped you out in some fashion or another. um, but yeah, that's where we're going to go ahead and end it for now there, folks. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. But until then, take care, have a good night, stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.